Today we embark on the story of the rise of the British Empire, a journey from a small island nation to the most powerful superpower the world had ever seen. It is a story of exploration, ambition, conquest, innovation, and ultimate transformation. So, before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. The story of the British Empire's expansion begins in the late 15th century during the reign of Henry VII. At this time, England was a modest kingdom with limited influence beyond its borders. However, the successes of Spanish and Portuguese navigators, such as Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama, ignited an ambition within England to seek new routes to wealth and power across the seas. In 1497, Henry VII sponsored the Venetian navigator John Cabot, who sailed westward across the Atlantic. Cabot landed on the coast of what is believed today to be Newfoundland. Although Cabot's discoveries did not immediately lead to colonization, his voyages marked the beginning of England's overseas aspirations. They demonstrated that England too could find opportunities beyond Europe, setting a precedent for future maritime exploration. Despite these early efforts, England's progress in building an overseas empire was slow during the 16th century. Domestic political struggles and the formidable competition from Spain and Portugal limited English ambitions. However, the seeds had been planted, and by the reign of Elizabeth I, the spirit of exploration and expansion was reignited with greater intensity. Elizabeth I understood the potential of overseas ventures not only for wealth but also for national prestige. Under her rule, privateers and explorers such as Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Martin Frobisher embarked on daring voyages. These adventurers sought new lands, engaged in trade, and often plundered Spanish ships and settlements. Their activities blurred the lines between piracy and exploration, but significantly expanded England's maritime experience and ambitions. One of the key developments of this period was the establishment of early trading companies. The Muscovy Company, founded in 1555, aimed to develop trade routes to Russia and the East. Later, the Levant Company and the East India Company were formed, reflecting a growing English interest in tapping into the wealth of Asia. Although these companies initially focused on trade rather than colonization, they set the stage for England's later imperial expansion. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was a turning point. It established England as a formidable naval power capable of challenging Spanish dominance on the seas. The victory boosted national confidence and cleared the way for increased exploration and colonial ventures. Throughout the late 16th century, English settlers made several attempts to establish colonies in the New World. Sir Walter Raleigh's efforts to found a colony on Roanoke Island, known as the Lost Colony, ended in failure. Nonetheless, these early attempts provided valuable lessons that would inform more successful colonization efforts in the following century. The late 15th and 16th centuries thus laid the foundations for England's future empire. Through a combination of daring exploration, privateering, trading ventures, and naval conflict, England began to position itself as a player on the global stage. While immediate successes were limited and often fraught with setbacks, the ambition to look beyond its own shores would soon propel England into an era of profound expansion and transformation. This early period of exploration under Henry VII and Elizabeth I was crucial. It fostered a maritime culture, cultivated navigational skills, and developed a spirit of enterprise that would drive the establishment of the British Empire in the centuries to come. What began with John Cabot's tentative voyage across the Atlantic would eventually lead to Britain commanding the largest empire the world had ever seen. As the 16th century drew to a close, England under Queen Elizabeth I faced a monumental challenge that would ultimately redefine its place in the world and set it on a path to unparalleled global influence. The Spanish Empire, the most formidable maritime force of the age, sought to crush England's rising power and restore Catholicism to what had become a firmly Protestant nation. The confrontation that followed would not only preserve England's sovereignty, but would signal the birth of a new naval power destined to reshape the world's oceans and international relations. Tensions between England and Spain had been simmering for decades. English privateers, often operating under semi-official royal commissions known as letters of marque, targeted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the riches of the New World. Figures like Sir Francis Drake became national heroes for their daring raids, which both enriched England and infuriated Spain. Religious divisions only intensified the hostility, with Protestant England and Catholic Spain locked in an ideological struggle as much as a political one. When Queen Elizabeth openly supported the Protestant Dutch rebels in their fight against Spanish rule in the Netherlands, King Philip II of Spain could no longer tolerate English interference and plotted a full-scale invasion. In 1588, the mighty Spanish Armada set sail. Comprising around 130 ships, including some of the largest war galleons of the time, and carrying thousands of soldiers and sailors, it was one of the most ambitious military endeavors ever launched. The Spanish plan was straightforward yet grand. Sail to the Netherlands, link up with the Spanish army under the Duke of Parma, and transport this formidable force across the English Channel to invade England. However, the English, under the seasoned leadership of commanders like Sir Francis Drake, Lord Charles Howard, and Sir John Hawkins, were well prepared. The English fleet employed tactics that showcased both ingenuity and adaptability. Unlike the lumbering Spanish galleons, English ships were smaller, faster, and more agile, able to strike from a distance with superior long-range cannons. The English chose to fight a battle of attrition, using their mobility to constantly harass the Armada, avoid close-quarters combat, where the Spanish excelled, and pick off ships at the edges of the formation. At a critical moment, the English launched fire ships, setting old vessels alight and sending them adrift into the heart of the Spanish fleet. In the ensuing panic, the Spanish ships broke formation, becoming easy targets. Nature itself seemed to side with the English. After suffering heavy damage and disruption, the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat northward around Scotland and Ireland, a route fraught with danger. Powerful Atlantic storms battered the already weakened fleet, sinking many ships and wrecking others on the rocky coasts. Of the original 130 ships, less than half limped back to Spain, many of them in poor condition. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a watershed moment in European history. For England, it was a stunning, almost miraculous victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It secured the Protestant Reformation within England, safeguarded national independence, and marked the rise of English naval dominance. This triumph was not merely military, it represented a profound psychological shift. It imbued the English people with a renewed sense of destiny, ambition, and confidence that would carry them across the globe. The ramifications of this victory were profound and far-reaching. With Spanish dominance weakened, the oceans were now open for English adventurers, traders, and colonizers. English merchants began to push into new markets, establishing early trading outposts and laying the foundation for a commercial empire. The defeat encouraged the founding of colonies in North America and the Caribbean, setting the stage for future territorial expansion. The Elizabethan government and private investors alike realized that the seas were not barriers but highways to opportunity, wealth, and influence. The defeat of the Armada also triggered a gradual but significant decline in Spanish hegemony. Other European nations, inspired by England's success, felt emboldened to challenge Spanish power on land and sea. England, seizing its moment, invested heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding, and the training of sailors. Maritime knowledge and technology flourished, further enhancing English capabilities and ambitions. The Elizabethan era, particularly in the aftermath of the Armada's defeat, marked the dawning of a new English identity as a maritime nation. Exploration missions expanded to distant corners of the globe, from the Arctic in search of the Northwest Passage to the establishment of trading relations with distant lands. English culture itself began to reflect this outward-looking spirit, with literature, art, and popular imagination all celebrating the sea and the promise it held. Though it would take another century for the British Empire to reach its zenith, the critical foundations were laid during Elizabeth I's reign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a military triumph, but the catalyst that transformed England from an isolated kingdom into a rising global power. It was the spark that lit the fires of ambition, exploration, and conquest that would burn brightly for centuries, propelling Britain toward its destiny as a world-dominating empire. As the 17th century began, England's ambitions turned increasingly toward commerce and expansion beyond Europe. The spirit of exploration that had blossomed under Elizabeth I evolved into a more structured and profit-driven pursuit of overseas wealth. Central to this new phase was the founding of the East India Company in 1600, a development that would have profound and lasting consequences for Britain's role in world trade and empire building. The East India Company was established by royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I, granting a group of London merchants a monopoly on English trade with all countries east of the Cape of Good Hope. These merchants, known collectively as the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, envisioned a future in which England could compete with the powerful Portuguese and Dutch trading empires that had dominated Asian commerce. The company's founding marked a pivotal moment when private enterprise, backed by the Crown, became a driving force behind England's overseas expansion. The early years of the East India Company were fraught with challenges. The Portuguese and Dutch, with their well-established trading networks and fortified posts throughout the Indian Ocean, presented formidable obstacles. English ships made their first voyages to the East Indies in the early 1600s, seeking to establish footholds in a region already rich with competition. They traded primarily in spices such as pepper, cloves, and nutmeg, commodities highly prized in Europe for their value and rarity. Persistence paid off. Over time, the East India Company managed to secure strategic trading posts through a combination of negotiation, diplomacy, and military force. One of the first major successes came in 1612 when the English defeated the Portuguese at the Battle of Swali, near Surat on the west coast of India. This victory convinced the Mughal Emperor Jahangir to grant the company permission to establish a factory or trading post in Surat. It was the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the British and the Indian subcontinent. The company expanded its presence across the Indian Ocean and into Southeast Asia. It established trading posts in places like Bantam in Java and later in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta in India. These outposts served not only as centers of commerce but also as fortified enclaves that could defend English interests against rival European powers and hostile local forces. The age of mercantilism, the dominant economic philosophy of the time, strongly influenced the company's activities. Mercantilism held that national power depended on the accumulation of wealth, particularly precious metals, and that the state should closely regulate economic activity to achieve this goal. For England, Overseas trade was a means to amass wealth, strengthen the nation, and reduce dependence on foreign powers. The East India Company operated under this mercantilist framework, seeking to maximize profits for its shareholders while simultaneously advancing England's strategic interests. The company's growth was not limited to commerce alone. It became a political and military entity in its own right, capable of negotiating treaties, waging war, and administering territories. It maintained its own armies and navies, and its officers often acted with the authority of sovereign rulers in the regions where they operated. Over time, the company's influence expanded from mere trade to political control, setting the stage for the eventual British domination of India. Britain's entry into Asian commerce through the East India Company was transformative. It introduced England to the vast wealth of the East, including textiles, tea, and porcelain, which would become staples of British consumption and culture. It also created enduring links between Britain and Asia, links that would grow stronger and more complex over the centuries. The success of the East India Company inspired other ventures and demonstrated the immense potential of overseas trade and colonial enterprise. By the end of the 17th century, the East India Company had firmly established itself as a major player in Asian commerce. It had survived fierce competition, built a network of trading posts, and laid the groundwork for future territorial acquisitions. More importantly, it had transformed England's approach to empire, shifting it from sporadic exploration to systematic commercial and territorial expansion. The story of the British Empire cannot be told without acknowledging the central role of the East India Company, whose early endeavours in Asia marked the beginning of a new and powerful global presence for Britain. As the 17th century progressed, England's ambitions for overseas expansion took root in the fertile lands of North America and the lucrative plantations of the Caribbean. What had begun as voyages of exploration and tentative trade evolved into full-scale colonization, with profound consequences for the future British Empire and the peoples across 3 continents who would be drawn into its orbit. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established in 1607 with the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. Sponsored by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company chartered by King James I, Jamestown was a precarious endeavor from the start. The settlers faced severe hardships, including disease, famine, and conflict with the indigenous Powhatan Confederacy. Despite these difficulties, Jamestown survived, largely due to the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the eventual cultivation of tobacco as a cash crop. Tobacco would become the economic lifeblood of Virginia and a cornerstone of English wealth in the New World. Following Jamestown, English settlement spread along the Atlantic coast. In 1620, a group of religious separatists known as the Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower and landed in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking religious freedom, they established Plymouth Colony, which, though small, became a symbol of the broader Puritan migration that would shape New England. The Puritans founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, creating tightly knit communities governed by religious principles and fostering a distinctive American culture rooted in English traditions. Meanwhile, English ambitions turned southward to the Caribbean, where the climate and soil proved ideal for sugar cultivation. Colonies such as Barbados, established in the 1620s, quickly became some of the most profitable in the English Empire. Sugar was in high demand in Europe, and the plantations generated immense wealth. However, the labor-intensive nature of sugar production led to the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. Initially, European indentured servants worked the plantations, but over time, enslaved Africans became the dominant labor force, forever altering the demographic and social fabric of the Caribbean. The English involvement in the transatlantic slave trade began in earnest during this period. English ships transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean and North America. This brutal system, known as the triangular trade, connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a network of goods, human lives, and profits. Manufactured goods from Europe were traded for slaves in Africa, who were then sold in the Americas, with the proceeds purchasing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton for return to Europe. The establishment of colonies in North America and the Caribbean marked a critical turning point. England was no longer merely a European power, but was becoming a global colonial empire. Settlements in Virginia, New England, and the Caribbean formed the nucleus of what would become a vast overseas dominion. Each region developed distinct characteristics. Virginia and the southern colonies relied on plantation agriculture and slave labor. New England fostered a society rooted in religious values, small farms, and emerging commerce. The Caribbean colonies focused almost exclusively on cash crops, with plantation economies heavily dependent on enslaved African labor. This era also witnessed the development of colonial governments and legal systems modeled on English institutions. Representative assemblies like the Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, gave settlers a voice in local governance and planted the seeds of democratic practices that would later flourish in the American colonies. By the end of the 17th century, England had firmly entrenched itself in the Americas and the Caribbean. Colonies were expanding, trade networks were growing, and the flow of wealth into England was accelerating. These early colonial ventures laid the foundation for the British Empire's expansion in the following centuries. However, the prosperity of these colonies came at an immense human cost, particularly for the millions of Africans forcibly taken from their homelands to labor in foreign lands. The colonization of North America and the Caribbean was a complex, often brutal process driven by economic ambition, religious fervor, and geopolitical competition. It set in motion patterns of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange that would shape the Atlantic world for centuries to come. As England's empire grew, so too did the interwoven histories of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, forever linked by conquest, trade, and human endeavor. The 18th century marked the zenith of Britain's power on the world stage. Having established a foothold in the Americas, the Caribbean, and India during the 17th century, Britain entered the 1700s as a rising global power, poised to challenge other European empires for dominance. Key military victories, especially in the 7 Years' War, and strategic engagements in India solidified Britain's standing as the world's preeminent imperial force. The 7 Years' War 1756-1763 was a pivotal conflict that would have far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its rivals. The war was fought across multiple continents, and its outcome reshaped the global balance of power. At its core, the 7 Years' War was a struggle between Britain and France for supremacy in North America and India, though it would soon involve other European powers and impact territories across Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. In North America, the conflict was known as the French and Indian War, where British colonists, alongside their Native American allies, fought against French forces and their own indigenous allies. The British sought to expand their territories, particularly into the Ohio River Valley, while the French sought to protect their valuable fur trading routes and Canadian colonies. The war was characterized by a series of bloody battles, but the turning point came in 1759 with the British victory at the Battle of Quebec. This decisive engagement forced the French to cede most of their North American holdings, including Canada, to Britain under the Treaty of Paris, 1763. The acquisition of Canada was a significant victory for Britain. It not only removed the French as a colonial rival in North America, but also gave Britain control over one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the Americas. In addition to the vast expanse of land, Britain inherited a significant number of French-speaking inhabitants in Canada, known as Canadians. Despite initial concerns about integrating the French population into British colonial rule, Britain opted for a policy of tolerance, allowing French Canadians to maintain their language, religion and customs. This decision would help preserve the stability of Canada under British rule and later shape the development of modern Canadian society. While the British were expanding their empire in North America, the war also played a critical role in establishing British dominance in India. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a turning point in British fortunes in India, solidifying the East India Company's control over the Bengal region and opening the door for further territorial expansion. The battle itself was a remarkable victory, as a small British force, led by Robert Clive, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, despite being heavily outnumbered. The victory at Plassey was the result of a combination of factors, including strategic alliances, bribery, and the superior tactics of the British. Robert Clive's ability to divide and conquer, along with his manipulation of local politics, allowed him to win the support of key Indian leaders who were discontented with the Nawab's rule. The Battle of Plassey is often seen as the moment when Britain began to transition from a commercial trading power to a territorial empire in India. Following the victory at Plassey, the East India Company gained unprecedented control over Bengal, one of the richest and most populous regions in India. The company now had the power to collect taxes, administer justice, and even maintain its own army. This marked the beginning of British political and military domination over India, which would last for nearly 2 centuries. The success of the East India Company also triggered a broader expansion of British influence in India, as the company began to extend its reach into other regions through both diplomacy and military conquest. By the end of the 7 Years' War, Britain had gained substantial territorial possessions around the globe. In addition to Canada and Bengal, Britain also secured numerous Caribbean islands, Florida from Spain, and key outposts in Africa and Asia. These acquisitions greatly enhanced Britain's wealth and influence, but they also strained its resources. The costs of maintaining and defending such a vast empire began to take their toll, and Britain's finances became increasingly reliant on the taxes and trade revenue generated by its colonies. In the wake of its imperial triumphs, Britain's focus turned to consolidating its empire and maintaining control over its new territories. This period saw the rise of British colonial governance systems, which were designed to centralize power in London while allowing for local autonomy in the colonies. At the same time, Britain began to develop a more systematic approach to managing its colonial economy, with a focus on extracting wealth from both land and labor. The imposition of taxes on American colonists, such as the Stamp Act 1765 and the Townshend Act 1767, set the stage for rising tensions between Britain and its colonies, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. The 18th century was a period of tremendous expansion and consolidation for the British Empire. Victories in the 7 Years' War and the Battle of Plassey were crucial milestones that propelled Britain to the forefront of global imperial power. The empire was now spread across continents, encompassing vast territories in North America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Britain's economic strength, fueled by colonial trade and resources, was matched by its military dominance on land and at sea. However, as the empire expanded, so too did the challenges of governing such a far-flung and diverse set of colonies. The legacy of Britain's victories in the 18th century would continue to shape the world for centuries to come, laying the foundation for the British Empire's height in the 19th century and the global order that would emerge in its wake. The Industrial Revolution, a period spanning from 1760 to 1840, represents a pivotal transformation in British history. This era marked the shift from an agrarian economy to an industrialized powerhouse, fueling Britain's dominance in the global arena. Industrialization provided Britain with unprecedented military, economic, and technological advantages, allowing it to not only expand its empire, but also to control vital global trade routes and reshape the global order. The roots of the Industrial Revolution in Britain can be traced to a unique confluence of factors. A stable political environment, the availability of natural resources such as coal and iron, and a growing population all contributed to an atmosphere conducive to technological innovation. In addition, Britain's extensive colonial empire, which provided both raw materials and markets for British goods, acted as a powerful catalyst for industrialization. With an expanding empire across continents, Britain found itself increasingly dependent on technological advances to maintain and expand its reach. At the core of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. One of the most significant inventions of the era was James Watt's steam engine. Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the late 18th century revolutionized industries by providing a reliable and powerful source of energy for factories, mills, and transportation. Steam engines powered cotton mills, textile factories, and ironworks, massively increasing production rates and efficiency. This innovation was a game-changer for industries, particularly textiles, which was one of the first to undergo mass industrialization. The textile industry was key to the success of industrialization in Britain. With the invention of new machines such as the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the cotton gin, the production of cloth skyrocketed. These machines allowed factories to produce goods at unprecedented speeds, meeting growing domestic and international demand. Britain's control over textile manufacturing, coupled with its ability to produce raw materials like cotton, solidified its position as the world's leading industrial power. Industrialization also significantly impacted Britain's transportation infrastructure. The advent of steam-powered locomotives and steamships revolutionized trade and military strategy alike. The development of the railway system, particularly the construction of the Stockton and Darlington Railway in 1825 and the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, connected regions across Britain and facilitated the efficient movement of raw materials and finished goods. Railroads enabled goods such as coal, cotton, and iron to be transported more efficiently, fueling industrial growth and expanding trade networks within Britain and its colonies. In addition to railways, steam-powered ships began to dominate global trade routes. These vessels could travel faster, carry more cargo, and navigate more reliably than sailing ships. Britain's merchant fleet, already the largest in the world, was further bolstered by the rise of steam-powered ships. This new technology allowed Britain to expand its trade networks across the globe, making it the undisputed leader in international commerce. The creation of steamships enabled Britain to maintain its control over vital sea routes, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between colonies, ports, and markets across every continent. The industrialization of the military also played a crucial role in maintaining British imperial power. The mass production of weapons, ships, and war materials allowed Britain to project its military power across the globe. Steam-powered warships, which were faster and more maneuverable than their sail-powered predecessors, gave Britain a strategic advantage in naval warfare. The ability to produce ironclad ships, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, further solidified Britain's naval supremacy and allowed it to protect its empire and trade routes effectively. The British Empire's expansion during this period was not just about territorial conquest, it was also about controlling the global flow of goods. With its newfound industrial power, Britain was able to dictate terms in international trade. The empire's factories produced finished goods, which were then exported to colonies and foreign markets. In return, Britain's colonies supplied raw materials like cotton, sugar, and tobacco, fueling the industrial machine back home. This system of trade, often referred to as mercantilism, allowed Britain to amass incredible wealth and expand its economic and military power. One of the key regions that benefited from industrialization was India. The British established an extensive railway network in India, which helped to consolidate British control over the subcontinent. The railroads allowed for the efficient transportation of raw materials like cotton, tea, and opium, which were then shipped back to Britain's factories. This system allowed Britain to exploit India's resources and integrate its economy into the larger imperial framework. The construction of railroads and the expansion of British industry in India also had a lasting impact on the Indian economy and society, laying the foundations for modern infrastructure in the country. Industrialization in Britain also led to the rise of a new class of industrial capitalists and financiers. Wealth generated from the empire and from industrial enterprises helped to fund further imperial expansion and economic growth. British banks, including the Bank of England, played a key role in financing the construction of railroads, the expansion of colonies, and the growth of industries that supported imperialism. The financial sector was central to Britain's ability to maintain its global power, facilitating the flow of capital and investments necessary to sustain its empire. While industrialization undoubtedly strengthened Britain's position as a global superpower, it also brought significant social changes. The rise of factory work led to the growth of cities and the development of an urban working class. Factory workers, including women and children, often worked long hours in poor conditions for low wages. The wealth generated by industrialization was not evenly distributed, with the working class suffering while industrialists and landowners amassed fortunes. This led to significant social unrest and the rise of labor movements that sought to improve working conditions and wages. Despite these challenges, industrialization undeniably transformed Britain into the dominant global power of the 19th century. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution gave Britain unparalleled military strength, economic power, and control over global trade routes. By the mid-19th century, Britain's empire spanned the globe, and its industrial and imperial power seemed invincible. The combination of technological innovation, economic dominance, and military might allowed Britain to maintain its status as the leading superpower, a position it would hold for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was the engine that powered Britain's imperial ambitions. By transforming Britain into the world's leading industrial and military power, it allowed the nation to dominate global trade, expand its empire, and project its influence across the globe. The innovations of this period were not just technological, but were deeply entwined with the growth of the British Empire, making the Industrial Revolution a defining moment in world history and securing Britain's position as the preeminent global power of the 19th century. The story of British rule in India, known as the Raj, is one of the most transformative and complex chapters in the history of the British Empire. The period from 1858 to 1947 saw Britain exerting direct control over India, shaping its economy, society, and infrastructure in ways that would have lasting consequences for both India and the empire itself. This chapter explores the historical trajectory of British involvement in India, the impact of the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and how the British Crown consolidated its power in the subcontinent, fundamentally altering India's future. Before the British Raj was officially established in 1858, India had been under the control of the British East India Company, a powerful corporation granted authority by the British government to trade and govern in the subcontinent. The East India Company's rule had expanded gradually, with British forces gaining control of large portions of India through military conquest, diplomacy, and alliances with local rulers. However, the company's grip on India was not without significant resistance, particularly from various Indian rulers and communities who sought to maintain their independence. The tensions between the British and the Indian population came to a head in 1857, when what is often referred to as the Indian Mutiny or the Sepoy Rebellion erupted. The immediate cause of the rebellion was the dissatisfaction of Indian soldiers, or sepoys, in the British East India Company's army, due to the introduction of new rifle cartridges rumoured to be greased with animal fat, which offended both Hindu and Muslim religious sensibilities. However, underlying this specific grievance was a broader sense of frustration with British rule, as Indians were increasingly subjected to economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social upheaval. The rebellion began in the town of Meerut and spread quickly to other parts of northern and central India, with Indian soldiers, civilians, and even some rulers joining the fight against British authority. The British response to the rebellion was brutal and decisive, with the army crushing the uprising after months of fighting. Thousands of Indians were killed, and entire villages were destroyed. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government decided that the East India Company had failed to govern effectively and assumed direct control over India, marking the beginning of the British Raj. The British Raj was characterized by a significant shift in how India was governed. The British Crown took full responsibility for the administration of India, and the British Parliament created a new system of governance, appointing a viceroy to oversee the colony on behalf of the Crown. This transition from corporate to state control meant that India was no longer ruled by a private company, but by the British government itself, with direct representation in the form of the viceroy and the establishment of a new colonial bureaucracy. Under the British Raj, India's economy was restructured to serve the needs of the British Empire. British policies favoured the extraction of India's resources, particularly raw materials like cotton, tea and opium, which were sent to Britain for processing and manufacturing. In return, Britain provided India with finished goods, including textiles, machinery and weapons. This system of trade ensured that India became a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods, creating a colonial economic model that benefited Britain while stifling India's own industrial development. British infrastructure projects such as railways, roads and canals were implemented to facilitate the movement of goods and troops, further integrating India into the imperial economic system. While these projects did provide some benefits, such as increased mobility and communication, they were primarily designed to serve British interests. The railways, for example, allowed the British to extract resources from the interior of India and transport them to ports for export, while also enabling the rapid deployment of British troops in case of unrest. Socially, British rule had a profound impact on Indian society. British colonial administrators sought to impose Western-style education and institutions on the Indian population, creating a new elite class of educated Indians who were often loyal to the British government. This new class played a crucial role in administering British policies and maintaining order within the colony. At the same time, traditional Indian customs, religious practices, and social structures were often undermined or disregarded by the British, leading to significant cultural tensions. One of the most enduring legacies of British rule in India was the creation of a unified, centralized state. Prior to British rule, India had been a collection of diverse kingdoms, empires and regions, each with its own language, culture and political structure. The British, however, sought to bring these disparate regions under a single administration, laying the foundations for the modern Indian state. The British also introduced systems of law and governance that in many ways would shape the political structure of independent India in the 20th century. However, British rule also sowed the seeds of resistance. As India's educated class grew, so too did the demand for greater political representation and autonomy. The Indian National Congress (ENC), founded in 1885, began to call for reforms and eventually self-rule. By the early 20th century, the ENC, led by figures like Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, was at the forefront of the movement for Indian independence. The British, unable to ignore the growing calls for independence, eventually found themselves negotiating with Indian leaders for a peaceful transition to self-rule. The struggle for Indian independence reached its peak in the first half of the 20th century, culminating in 1947 with the partition of India and the creation of the independent nations of India and Pakistan. The partition was accompanied by widespread violence, mass migrations, and deep-seated communal tensions that would shape the region for decades to come. India's independence marked the end of British rule, but the legacy of the Raj continued to influence the political, economic, and social landscape of South Asia. In conclusion, the British Raj was a period of profound transformation for India. While it brought about significant changes to the country's economy, infrastructure, and political systems, it also led to social unrest, resistance, and ultimately, the quest for independence. The legacy of British rule in India is a complex one, with both positive and negative aspects that continue to shape the relationship between India and Britain today. Despite the challenges and exploitation of the colonial period, India emerged as an independent nation with a rich cultural heritage and a rapidly developing economy, ultimately reshaping the balance of power in the post-colonial world. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was the period in which the British Empire reached the peak of its power, wealth, and global influence. Under Queen Victoria's rule, Britain not only solidified its status as the world's foremost imperial power, but also oversaw the expansion of its territories, the establishment of new colonies, and the spread of its cultural, economic, and political systems across the globe. It was an era marked by technological advancement, economic dominance, and the belief in the superiority of British civilization, encapsulated in the ideology of the civilizing mission. During this time, the British Empire came to be known as the empire on which the sun never sets, a testament to its vast expanse across the globe. The phrase reflected the global nature of Britain's possessions, stretching from the Americas to Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, and Australasia. By the end of the 19th century, the British Empire covered about a quarter of the world's land surface and ruled over a quarter of the global population. One of the most significant areas of British expansion during the Victorian era was Africa, which saw the height of the scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, competed fiercely to carve up the African continent, with Britain securing vast territories, particularly in the east and southern regions. British control of Egypt, the Sudan, and the Cape Colony, along with protectorates in regions like Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, marked the height of Britain's African imperial ambitions. The annexation of these territories was not only driven by a desire for land and resources, but also by Britain's strategic and commercial interests. Control of the Suez Canal, for example, ensured Britain's dominance over key shipping routes and secured access to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. In India, the Victorian era continued the consolidation of British power following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which had been a significant turning point in British rule. After the rebellion, the British Crown assumed direct control of India, ending the East India Company's rule and establishing the British Raj. The British government aimed to reshape India's economy, infrastructure, and society in ways that benefited the empire. The construction of railways, roads, and telecommunication networks facilitated the extraction of raw materials such as cotton, tea, and opium, and their transportation to British ports for export. The Raj also saw the imposition of British legal and political systems, along with a growing British presence in Indian cities and towns. Despite occasional unrest, Britain's control over India remained largely unchallenged throughout the 19th century. Technological innovation during the Victorian era played a pivotal role in supporting Britain's imperial expansion and strengthening its global power. The Industrial Revolution, which had already transformed Britain's economy, continued to drive technological advancements that enhanced Britain's military capabilities and infrastructure. The development of steamships, railways, and the telegraph revolutionized the way Britain could project power and communicate across its vast empire. Steam-powered warships and ironclad vessels allowed the Royal Navy to maintain dominance over the world's seas, while the construction of railways across colonies enabled the rapid movement of troops, goods, and resources. The Victorian era was also a period of intense cultural and ideological expansion. The British believed in the concept of the civilizing mission, a justification for imperialism based on the belief that British rule would bring enlightenment, order, and progress to backward societies. This ideology was often used to legitimize the expansion of the British Empire into regions that were seen as underdeveloped. British colonial officials and missionaries portrayed British civilization as superior and worked to impose British values and institutions upon colonized peoples. The civilizing mission was evident in the spread of education, Christianity, and Western legal systems across the empire, as well as in the establishment of colonial governments and infrastructure. However, beneath the surface of imperial grandeur, there were significant contradictions and tensions. The British Empire relied heavily on the exploitation of resources and labor from its colonies, often with little regard for the welfare of the local populations. In India, for example, the British imposition of taxes, land reforms, and policies that favored British industry led to widespread poverty, famine, and social unrest. The Victorian-era imperialists were confronted with the realities of empire, including resistance from colonized peoples and the challenges of governing vast, diverse territories. The late Victorian era also saw the rise of new movements that questioned the morality and sustainability of empire. The increasing influence of the British working class and the rise of socialist and anti-imperialist ideologies challenged the foundations of imperialism. However, at the time, these voices were often sidelined as the British ruling class remained committed to the idea of empire as a force for good and civilization. Despite these challenges, the Victorian era cemented Britain's position as the dominant imperial power of the 19th century. The British Empire continued to expand throughout the era, reaching its zenith in terms of territorial control, economic wealth, and global influence. The legacy of Victorian imperialism, both in terms of its technological achievements and its ideological justifications, would continue to shape British policy and imperial ambitions throughout the 20th century. The British Empire, in the Victorian era, not only defined the character of the nation, but also left an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. The period between 1914 and 1945 was a time of immense change for the British Empire, marked by the devastating effects of the two world wars and the rise of nationalist movements that sought independence from colonial rule. The global conflicts and the ideological shifts of the 20th century significantly weakened Britain's control over its empire, while simultaneously fostering an environment in which the long-simmering desire for self-determination among colonized peoples reached a boiling point. The impact of these events would reshape the geopolitical landscape and set the stage for the eventual decolonization of much of the British Empire. World War I 1914-1918 was a cataclysmic event that took a tremendous toll on the British Empire, both in terms of human lives and financial resources. The war was fought on multiple fronts, and Britain found itself entrenched in a brutal, protracted conflict that drained its military and economic strength. The loss of soldiers, the destruction of infrastructure, and the severe economic burden placed on Britain during the war exposed cracks in the imperial system. At the same time, the war required the resources of the empire, and colonies like India, Australia, and Canada contributed vast numbers of soldiers, funds, and supplies to the British war effort. Despite the sacrifices made by colonial subjects, the aftermath of World War I saw growing discontent with British rule in many parts of the empire. The war had highlighted the contradictions between Britain's values of democracy and liberty and the reality of colonial subjugation. In India, for example, the disillusionment with British promises of greater self-governance following the war was palpable. The British government had made some promises of reforms, but these were viewed as insufficient and patronizing. In 1919, the British response to growing unrest in India, particularly in the city of Amritsar, led to the infamous massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British forces killed hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians. This event ignited widespread anger and calls for independence. World War II 1939-1945 was even more devastating for Britain and its empire. The war further drained Britain's resources and inflicted heavy damage on the country's infrastructure. The economic strain caused by the war made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain its global imperial commitments. The British Empire's military forces, which had once seemed invincible, were stretched thin as the empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts across Europe, Africa, and Asia. After the war, Britain emerged exhausted and deeply in debt, while the global power dynamics were shifting rapidly. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and the formation of international bodies like the United Nations marked the end of Britain's unquestioned global dominance. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in India, Africa, and Ireland gained momentum, driven by the belief that colonized peoples should govern themselves. India in particular became the focal point of Britain's imperial troubles in the interwar years. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru spearheaded the Indian independence movement, using both peaceful protests and political maneuvering to demand self-rule. Gandhi's non-violent resistance, symbolized by the Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, garnered widespread support among the Indian population and put immense pressure on the British to grant independence. In Africa, the two world wars had a similar effect on the colonial order. Soldiers from British colonies had fought in both wars, and their experiences in combat, as well as their exposure to the ideas of self-determination and equality, sowed the seeds for post-war independence movements. After colonial subjects across Africa began to demand greater political rights and autonomy, and many African leaders started to call for an end to colonial rule. While Britain had long justified its colonial presence with the ideology of the civilizing mission, it became increasingly clear that colonial rule was unsustainable in a changing world. The growing influence of nationalist movements, particularly in India, made it difficult for Britain to maintain its imperial control. Ireland, too, experienced significant unrest during this period. The Irish War of Independence 1919-1921 culminated in the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which created the Irish Free State and marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. The partition of Ireland, however, left Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, setting the stage for decades of conflict between Irish nationalists and the British government. As Britain faced mounting pressure from nationalist movements and the economic strain caused by the wars, it became increasingly clear that maintaining the vast British Empire was no longer feasible. The empire's political and economic control had been severely weakened, and independence movements across the world were gaining traction. The decline of British power was further cemented by the post-war wave of decolonization that swept through Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean in the 1950s and 1960s. The period of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. The toll of two world wars, coupled with the rise of self-determination and anti-colonial sentiment, led to a seismic shift in global power. Britain's imperial hold began to unravel, and within just a few decades, many of its colonies achieved independence. The collapse of the British Empire was not simply a result of military defeat, but also of changing political, economic, and social forces that made colonial rule untenable in the modern world. The challenges faced by Britain during this period highlighted the contradictions of empire and revealed that the world was no longer willing to accept colonial domination. The legacy of the world wars and the rise of nationalist movements in the 20th century would forever alter the political landscape, signaling the decline of imperialism and the emergence of a new, more multipolar world order. The period from 1947 to 1997 marks the end of the British Empire, a dramatic and irreversible transformation of the global political landscape. The events that unfolded during these decades, particularly the independence of India, the Suez Crisis, and the decolonization of Africa, signified the decline of Britain's imperial power and the emergence of new nations asserting their independence. The symbolic handover of Hong Kong in 1997 brought the final chapter of empire to a close. Britain's once vast and powerful empire, which had stretched across continents and dominated the global stage for centuries, was gradually dismantled as colonial subjects demanded self-determination and independence. India's independence in 1947 was the most significant event in the decolonization process. The British had ruled India for almost 2 centuries, and its independence was the culmination of decades of struggle by Indian nationalists. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose spearheaded the movement for self-rule, using both non-violent resistance and political negotiation to push for independence. The British decision to grant India's independence was influenced by several factors, including the growing resistance movements within the country, the financial strain of World War II, and the changing global atmosphere after the war. The process of decolonization in India was far from smooth. The partition of India in 1947 created 2 independent nations, India and Pakistan, which led to widespread violence, displacement, and a deepening of religious tensions. The partition left millions of people on the move, as Hindus and Sikhs migrated to India while Muslims fled to Pakistan. This mass displacement and the subsequent violence claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands and left lasting scars on both nations. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked another pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. The crisis was triggered when Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital waterway that had been under British and French control. In response, Britain, France and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, who saw the British and French intervention as an example of outdated colonialism. The failure of the Suez Crisis demonstrated that Britain no longer had the political and military power to act unilaterally in global affairs. It was a humiliating defeat for Britain, and it marked a clear signal that its imperial influence was waning. In the following decades, the process of decolonization accelerated, particularly in Africa. British colonies across the continent began to demand independence, and by the 1960s, many African nations had achieved self-rule. Countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained independence from Britain, often through a combination of negotiations and armed struggle. The decolonization of Africa was not without its challenges, as newly independent nations grappled with issues of governance, ethnic tensions, and economic development. However, the wave of independence movements across Africa was undeniable, and it was a clear indication that Britain's imperial power in the region was rapidly eroding. The British government's approach to decolonization varied across regions. In some cases, Britain was able to negotiate peaceful transfers of power, while in others, the process was marked by violent resistance and conflict. The British withdrawal from Africa was particularly complicated, as the empire had been deeply entrenched in the region for over a century. The Mau uprising in Kenya and the violent suppression of independence movements in places like Cyprus and Malaya highlighted the growing tensions between the British government and its colonial subjects. The final symbolic moment of British imperial decline came in 1997 with the handover of Hong Kong to China. Hong Kong had been a British colony since the Opium Wars in the 19th century, and its return to Chinese sovereignty marked the end of British colonial rule in Asia. The handover was a carefully negotiated process, and the agreement ensured that Hong Kong would maintain a high degree of autonomy under the principle of one country, two systems. The event marked the formal end of the British Empire, a momentous occasion that symbolized the transition from imperial domination to a new era of international relations. The process of decolonization was complex and multifaceted, influenced by global political dynamics, economic factors, and the aspirations of colonized peoples. As former colonies gained independence, they were faced with the challenges of nation building, economic development, and establishing stable political systems. The British Empire's legacy was a mixture of triumphs and tragedies, with lasting impacts on the political, social, and economic landscapes of the former colonies. In conclusion, the period between 1947 and 1997 marked the final phase of British imperial rule. The independence of India, the Suez Crisis, the decolonization of Africa, and the handover of Hong Kong were key events in the dismantling of the British Empire. While Britain's imperial power had once spanned the globe, the winds of change blew across the empire, heralding the end of an era. The legacy of British colonialism remains a complex and contentious issue, but the end of empire also opened the door for new possibilities for former colonies to chart their own courses in the world. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180–1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, The Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation, and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. Before the Industrial Revolution, Europe was overwhelmingly an agrarian society, with most people living in rural areas surrounded by expansive farmland. Life was deeply tied to the land and the seasons, and most families lived in small villages or isolated farmsteads, where agriculture formed the bedrock of daily existence. Daily life revolved around the cultivation of crops and the raising of livestock. Families grew wheat, barley, oats, and rye using traditional methods that had changed little over the centuries. Livestock such as sheep, cows, pigs, and chickens were essential for food, clothing, and labor. Farming was laborious and exhausting, requiring the coordinated efforts of entire families, often including young children. Simple wooden plows drawn by oxen and hand tools like sickles, scythes, and hoes were the standard equipment. Without advanced machinery, every task from sowing seeds to harvesting crops had to be completed manually or with basic animal assistance. Technology was limited and innovation progressed slowly. The water wheel was one of the few mechanical devices in use, mainly to grind grain into flour. Other tasks such as spinning, weaving, and woodworking were done by hand in cottages as part of the so-called cottage industries, which supplemented agricultural incomes. These crafts were small-scale, labor-intensive, and largely seasonal activities, heavily dependent on local markets. Communities were isolated and insular. Travel was difficult, slow, and often dangerous due to poorly maintained dirt roads and a lack of infrastructure. Journeys that today would take hours required days or even weeks. Most people lived and died within a few miles of where they were born, and news from the outside world traveled slowly. Markets were small, and local trade was the primary form of economic interaction, with distant commerce being rare and reserved for luxury goods like spices or fine fabrics. By 1700, Britain was a society deeply rooted in a rigid social hierarchy. Wealthy landowners controlled vast estates and the political power that came with them. Below them were tenant farmers who rented land and worked tirelessly to meet their obligations, often living in precarious conditions. Agricultural laborers and servants formed the bottom of this hierarchy, with little hope for social mobility. The system of primogeniture ensured that land and wealth remained concentrated in the hands of a few, perpetuating social divides. Living conditions were harsh and precarious. Life expectancy was low, with many children not surviving past infancy. Malnutrition was common, and outbreaks of diseases like smallpox, typhus, and tuberculosis could decimate entire villages. Medical knowledge was rudimentary, and healthcare was practically non-existent for the rural poor. Sanitation was minimal and clean. Drinking water was often difficult to obtain. Education was a privilege of the wealthy elite. For most rural inhabitants, literacy was a rare skill, and formal schooling was virtually unheard of. Knowledge and traditions were passed down orally, and daily existence was governed more by superstition and custom than by scientific understanding. The economy was largely subsistence-based. Families grew enough food to meet their needs with little surplus for trade. When possible, artisanship provided some additional income. Weaving cloth, cobbling shoes, and blacksmithing were among the common trades practiced within the home or in small workshops. Yet these enterprises remained small, limited by the slow pace of manual labor and the constraints of local demand. This world before the Industrial Revolution was defined by its slow rhythm and its deep connection to nature's cycles. It was a world where life was precarious, progress was glacial, and the concept of a radically different future seemed unimaginable to most. Stability and hardship went hand in hand as generations lived much as their ancestors had. However, beneath this surface of continuity, pressures were building. Population growth, improvements in agricultural techniques, and a slow trickle of new ideas were beginning to accumulate, setting the stage for an unprecedented transformation. The dawn before the storm was a fragile balance, a way of life that would soon be upended by the massive forces of industrialization. A transformation was on the horizon, one that would sweep across continents, reshape societies, and alter the course of human history forever. Before the machines roared to life and factories reshaped landscapes, a quieter but equally profound transformation laid the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution. This was the agricultural revolution of the 18th century, a period of remarkable innovation in farming that dramatically increased food production and freed up labor for the coming industrial age. One of the key developments was the system of crop rotation. Traditionally, farmers used the medieval method of leaving fields fallow every few years to restore soil fertility. However, agriculturalists like Charles Townsend popularized a more efficient system known as the four-field rotation. This method involved rotating different types of crops, such as wheat, barley, turnips, and clover, across 4 fields. Each crop played a role in maintaining the health of the soil, and none of the fields needed to lie fallow. This increased yields and kept the land productive year-round. Selective breeding was another critical innovation. Farmers began to intentionally breed animals for specific traits, such as size, strength, and wool quality. One notable figure in this movement was Robert Bakewell, who applied systematic breeding methods to sheep and cattle. His work led to larger, healthier animals that provided more meat, wool, and labor power. This scientific approach to agriculture ensured a more reliable food supply and supported a growing population. Technological inventions also played a transformative role. Perhaps the most famous agricultural invention of the period was the seed drill, created by Jethro Tull in the early 18th century. Before Tull's invention, seeds were typically scattered by hand, a method that wasted seed and resulted in uneven growth. The seed drill allowed seeds to be planted at the correct depth and spacing, significantly improving germination rates and crop yields. Tull's ideas about mechanization and scientific farming methods influenced generations of farmers and agriculturalists. The agricultural revolution did more than just feed more people. It changed the very fabric of rural life. Enclosure Acts passed by the British Parliament allowed landowners to consolidate small plots of land into larger, more efficient farms. While this increased agricultural productivity, it also displaced many small farmers, forcing them to seek work elsewhere. Many of these displaced rural workers would later become the labor force that powered the factories of the Industrial Revolution. The increase in food production led to population growth, which in turn created greater demand for goods and services. This demand helped stimulate economic activity and encouraged investment in new technologies and industries. Agricultural surplus also meant that not everyone needed to farm to survive, allowing a portion of the population to specialize in other trades and professions. The agricultural revolution was not a single event, but a series of interconnected changes that unfolded over decades. It involved scientific discovery, technological innovation, social upheaval, and economic transformation. Without these fundamental changes in how food was produced and distributed, the Industrial Revolution might never have taken root. The spark of change, ignited by the Agricultural Revolution, set humanity on a path toward unprecedented growth and complexity, forever altering the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world around them. In the 1760s, a Scottish engineer named James Watt initiated a transformation that would forever alter the trajectory of human history. At that time, steam engines already existed, primarily through the work of Thomas Newcomen, who had invented the Newcomen engine in 1712. While groundbreaking, the Newcomen engine was highly inefficient, consuming vast amounts of coal and delivering limited power output. Its main application was to pump water out of mines, and while it served that purpose, it was slow, costly, and restricted in scope. Watt recognized the limitations of this technology and saw an extraordinary opportunity to make substantial improvements. In 1765, while tasked with repairing a model of a Newcomen engine, Watt conceived the idea of adding a separate condenser. This seemingly simple innovation meant that the engine's cylinder could maintain its temperature while the steam condensed in an external chamber, drastically reducing energy loss and fuel consumption. The result was a steam engine that was far more efficient, powerful, and practical. Watt's journey did not end with invention. Realizing that funding and industrial support were essential, he partnered with the successful businessman Matthew Boulton. Together they founded Boulton and Watt in 1775, a partnership that proved instrumental in bringing the improved steam engine to a wide market. Watt's engine was a marvel of versatility. Unlike earlier models, it could drive machinery in addition to operating pumps. This development revolutionized production, making it possible to mechanize textile mills, iron foundries, and a variety of manufacturing industries. Factories no longer needed to be located near water sources for power, freeing them to cluster in urban centers where labor was abundant. This shift contributed heavily to the dramatic urbanization that characterized the Industrial Revolution. The transformative power of Watt's steam engine extended well beyond industry into the realm of transportation. Engineers like Richard Trevithick and George Stephenson, building on Watt's advancements, created the first steam-powered locomotives. In 1804, Trevithick constructed the first railway locomotive capable of hauling heavy loads on iron rails. By 1829, Stephenson's rocket demonstrated that steam locomotives could provide fast, reliable transportation over long distances. The rapid spread of railways stitched entire nations together, shrinking travel times and opening new economic possibilities. Cities grew along railway lines, and markets expanded as goods could now be transported quickly and cheaply across great distances. Steam power also revolutionized maritime travel. Before steam, Ships relied entirely on wind and current, making voyages unpredictable and time-consuming. The advent of steamships, such as Robert Fulton's Clermont in 1807, allowed vessels to travel upstream and maintain consistent schedules. Oceanic steamships soon followed, accelerating global trade and making international travel more accessible. The world became smaller, economies became more interconnected, and cultural exchanges increased dramatically. The ripple effects of Watt's improved steam engine were vast. Industries experienced explosive growth, with factories producing goods at unprecedented rates. Urban centers swelled with workers seeking new opportunities. Infrastructure projects like canals, bridges, and later railroads reshaped landscapes. Innovation thrived, as the principles of steam power inspired further technological advancements, from steam hammers to mechanical looms. However, these advancements came with significant consequences. The reliance on coal to fuel steam engines led to widespread environmental degradation, with cities cloaked in certain rivers polluted by industrial runoff. The working conditions in the new factories were often brutal, characterized by long hours, dangerous machinery, and minimal protections for workers. Despite these challenges, the momentum of industrial progress was unstoppable. James Watt's contribution was not merely technical, it was transformational. His improvements to the steam engine unlocked new dimensions of human potential and ushered in an era of rapid, relentless change. He demonstrated the power of applying scientific understanding to practical problems, inspiring countless others to innovate and push the boundaries of what was possible. The story of steam power is ultimately the story of human ambition and creativity. James Watt did not invent the steam engine, but through his vision, persistence, and engineering genius, he perfected it and turned it into the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution. His legacy endures in every train that crosses a continent, every factory that hums with machinery, and every technological leap that traces its roots back to the harnessing of steam. Watt's work laid the essential foundation for the modern world, where energy, technology, and human enterprise intersect to create an ever-changing future. Before the Industrial Revolution took full form, most goods were produced through cottage industries. Families worked from their homes, spinning thread, weaving cloth, and creating finished products by hand. This system, while intimate and skill-driven, was slow, inconsistent, and limited in scale. A series of groundbreaking inventions in the textile industry would soon change everything, pulling production out of homes and concentrating labor in large, centralized factories. One of the earliest and most significant innovations was the spinning jenny, invented by James Hargreaves in 1764. The spinning jenny allowed a single worker to spin multiple spools of thread simultaneously, dramatically increasing productivity. Where once a spinner could only work one thread at a time, now they could manage 8, 16, or even more. This machine greatly reduced the time and labor required to produce yarn, making cloth cheaper and more abundant. Shortly after the spinning jenny, another invention pushed textile production even further. In 1769, Richard Arkwright developed the water frame. Unlike the spinning jenny, which was operated by hand, the water frame used water power to drive the spinning process. The machine produced stronger, finer thread and worked much faster than manual methods. Because of its reliance on water power, Arkwright's invention led to the construction of large mills near rivers and streams, marking one of the first major shifts towards centralized factory production. In 1785, Edmund Cartwright introduced the power loom, an invention that mechanized the weaving process. Weaving, once an entirely manual and labor-intensive craft, could now be performed by machines at a much faster rate. The power loom synchronized the speed of weaving with the spinning innovations, allowing for continuous and large-scale textile production. Factories equipped with power looms grew rapidly, and the traditional hand weavers could not compete with the speed and efficiency of mechanized production. These technological breakthroughs fundamentally altered the nature of work. Cottage industries declined sharply as factories grew larger and more dominant. Workers who had once set their own hours and controlled their own pace found themselves laboring under strict schedules set by factory owners. The shift to factory work also introduced a new labor dynamic, with men, women, and even children working long hours under often grueling and dangerous conditions. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to towns and cities in search of factory jobs. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham expanded rapidly, becoming bustling centers of industry. While factory work offered steady wages, it also brought a loss of independence and subjected workers to harsh environments, with few regulations to protect their health and safety. Despite the challenges, the rise of factories fueled economic growth and innovation. Mass production made goods more affordable and accessible to a broader segment of the population. It also stimulated demand for raw materials, transportation infrastructure, and new technologies, setting off a chain reaction of industrial advancement. The transformation from cottage industries to mass production in factories was not merely a shift in where goods were made, it was a profound social and economic revolution. The inventions of the spinning jenny, water frame, and power loom redefined labor, reshaped communities, and laid the foundation for the modern industrial economy. This pivotal chapter in history demonstrated humanity's capacity to harness technology in pursuit of greater efficiency, forever changing how societies functioned and how people lived their daily lives. The rapid growth of industry during the Industrial Revolution was fueled by two critical resources, iron and coal. These materials formed the backbone of industrialization, providing the essential building blocks and energy needed to power new machines, build infrastructure, and support expanding cities and industries. Coal had long been used as a source of heat, but its role expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, which became widespread thanks to improvements by James Watt, required large amounts of coal to operate. The need for coal drove the expansion of mining operations, especially in Britain, where rich coal seams were plentiful. Coal-powered factories, heated homes, and fueled the engines of trains and ships, making it the dominant energy source of the era. Equally important was iron. Before the Industrial Revolution, iron production was limited and expensive, largely dependent on small-scale bloomeries that used charcoal as a fuel. This changed with innovations in smelting and refining processes. One of the most significant advancements came from Henry Cort, an English metallurgist, who developed the puddling process in the 1780s. The puddling process involved stirring molten iron in a furnace to remove impurities, producing a much higher quality of wrought iron that was stronger and more malleable. Cort also introduced rolling mills, which mechanically shaped iron into bars, sheets, and other useful forms. These innovations made iron more affordable and available in larger quantities, accelerating its use in construction, machinery, tools, and transportation. Iron became essential for building steam engines, railroad tracks, bridges, ships, and later, large-scale buildings and factories. The combination of abundant coal and improved iron production created a powerful feedback loop. Coal mining tools and transportation systems were made from iron, while coal provided the energy to extract and process more iron. Railroads, one of the most transformative developments of the period, relied heavily on both materials, iron rails and locomotives, powered by coal-fired steam engines, enabled faster, cheaper, and more reliable movement of goods and people. The demand for coal and iron also had profound social and economic effects. Mining towns grew rapidly as people sought employment in the expanding industries. However, working conditions in mines were extremely dangerous. Accidents, collapses, and respiratory illnesses from coal dust were common, and child labor was widespread. Despite these hardships, the promise of steady work drew many rural families into mining communities, fueling further urbanization. Iron and coal did not just power industry, they reshaped landscapes and lives. Rivers were redirected to service mills and factories, hills were hollowed out for mining, and cities were transformed by iron-framed buildings and expansive rail networks. The materials became symbols of industrial might and progress, celebrated in art, literature, and politics of the time. The availability and exploitation of iron and coal laid the foundations of the modern industrial economy. They enabled the mass production of goods, the expansion of trade networks, and the rise of new social classes, particularly the industrial working class and the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. Innovations like Henry Court's puddling process were crucial turning points, demonstrating how technological advances could unlock new levels of productivity and economic growth. Ultimately, the story of iron and coal during the Industrial Revolution is a story of human ingenuity meeting natural resources at a moment of profound change. Together they built the physical and economic infrastructure of a new world, setting the stage for the unprecedented advances and challenges that would follow. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, transportation underwent a series of dramatic transformations that reshaped economies, societies, and the very geography of nations. Before these changes, moving goods over land was slow, expensive, and limited to what could be carried by horse-drawn carts or small boats along natural rivers. The Industrial Revolution demanded faster, more efficient means of moving raw materials and finished products, and innovators rose to meet that challenge. One of the earliest transportation revolutions came with the construction of canals. Canals provided a controlled and reliable means of moving heavy goods across long distances. Britain led the way with the construction of the Bridgewater Canal in 1761, built by engineer James Brindley for the Duke of Bridgewater. Designed to transport coal from the Duke's mines to the industrial city of Manchester, the canal dramatically reduced the price of coal in the city and demonstrated the economic potential of canal transport. A flurry of canal building followed, creating a network that linked major industrial centers with ports and raw material sources. These artificial waterways allowed boats to carry far greater loads than could ever be moved over muddy and rutted roads, boosting trade and accelerating industrial growth. While canals revolutionized the transportation of goods over water, a new development on land would soon overshadow them. Railways, powered by steam locomotives, offered speed and flexibility that canals could not match. One of the pivotal figures in railway development was George Stephenson, an English engineer who designed one of the first successful steam locomotives. In 1829, Stephenson's locomotive, the Rocket, won the Rainhill Trials, a competition to determine the best engine for the new Liverpool and Manchester Railway. The Rocket reached speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, an astonishing feat at the time. Its success proved that railways could offer rapid, reliable, and large-scale transportation for both goods and passengers. Railroads quickly expanded across Britain and then throughout Europe and North America, shrinking travel times, lowering costs, and linking distant regions together. The railway network became the arteries of the industrial world, enabling industries to flourish far from rivers and ports. At the same time, steam power was transforming maritime transport. Robert Fulton, an American engineer and inventor, successfully demonstrated the potential of steamships with his vessel, the Clermont, in 1807. The Clermont traveled up the Hudson River from New York City to Albany in just 32 hours, proving that steam-powered ships could move against currents and winds with reliable schedules. Steamships soon came to dominate rivers, lakes, and coastal routes. Ocean-going steamships followed, gradually replacing traditional sailing vessels for long-distance trade. This revolution in maritime transport shrank the world dramatically, allowing goods, people, and information to move faster than ever before between continents. Global commerce expanded rapidly, with raw materials flowing from colonies to industrial centers and finished goods traveling in the opposite direction. The cumulative effect of these transportation innovations was profound. Costs of moving goods fell dramatically, making products more affordable and markets more accessible. Fresh food, manufactured goods, and raw materials could now travel far greater distances, supporting urbanization and the rise of national and international economies. Travel became more democratized as middle-class and even working-class people gained access to faster and more affordable transportation. The world grew smaller, interconnected by networks of rails, canals, and steamships. The transformation of transport during the Industrial Revolution was not just a story of technology, but of human ambition and vision. Entrepreneurs, engineers, and workers collaborated to overcome immense challenges, from rugged landscapes to technical limitations. Their efforts created systems of movement that underpinned the modern industrialized world and continue to influence how we live and work today. Transport innovations like canals, railways, and steamships not only moved goods and people, but also ideas and cultures. They sped up the pace of life, facilitated migration, and spread industrialization across the globe. These achievements demonstrated how technology could break down barriers of distance and geography, opening up new opportunities and challenges for humanity on a global scale. The Industrial Revolution triggered a massive and unprecedented shift in human settlement patterns. Before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas and worked in agriculture. However, the promise of factory jobs and better wages pulled millions into newly industrialized cities. This rapid urbanization transformed the landscape of nations, especially in Britain, where cities like Manchester and Birmingham exploded in size almost overnight. Manchester became the quintessential industrial city. Originally a modest market town, it expanded rapidly due to its booming textile industry. Cotton mills dominated the skyline, and the city became known as Cottonopolis. Similarly, Birmingham evolved from a small town into a major center for metalworking and manufacturing. Its skilled workforce and diverse industries earned it the nickname the workshop of the world. These cities grew chaotically, with little planning or regulation. Fields and farmlands gave way to crowded streets, lined with hastily constructed housing blocks to accommodate the influx of workers. Living conditions in these new industrial cities were often grim. Overcrowding was rampant. Entire families sometimes lived in single-room dwellings without proper ventilation or sanitation. Slums emerged quickly, characterized by poorly built homes, muddy streets, and open sewers. Diseases such as cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis spread rapidly in the cramped and unsanitary environments. Infant mortality rates were shockingly high, and average life expectancy in some industrial cities dropped dramatically compared to rural areas. Clean water was scarce, and waste disposal was primitive. In many neighborhoods, human and industrial waste was dumped into nearby rivers, contaminating drinking supplies. The lack of public health infrastructure meant that outbreaks of deadly diseases could decimate entire communities within weeks. Medical knowledge at the time was limited, and governments were slow to respond to the growing health crises. Despite these harsh realities, industrial cities also offered new opportunities. For many, the chance to earn regular wages, even in difficult conditions, represented a significant improvement over the uncertainties of rural agricultural life. Cities became centers of innovation, culture, and social mobility. New public institutions such as schools, libraries, and hospitals began to appear, though access was often limited at first to wealthier citizens. The challenges of urbanization eventually sparked reforms. Public health movements gained momentum in the mid-19th century, leading to initiatives like clean water supplies, sewage systems, and public parks to improve urban living conditions. Activists and reformers pushed for better housing, labor laws, and sanitation reforms, laying the groundwork for modern urban planning and public health policies. Urbanization during the Industrial Revolution was a double-edged sword. It drove economic growth, technological progress, and cultural dynamism, but it also brought intense human suffering and exposed the need for systemic change. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham stood as both symbols of industrial achievement and stark reminders of the costs of rapid, unregulated growth. The rise of industrial cities reshaped not only landscapes, but also social structures, economies, and ways of life. Urbanization became a defining feature of modern civilization, influencing patterns of living and working that continue to shape societies around the world today. The Industrial Revolution profoundly reshaped human society in ways never before seen in history. As industries expanded rapidly, so did the insatiable demand for labor. Men, women, and even children found themselves pulled from rural fields into urban factories, mines, and mills, where they endured long hours under brutal and often dangerous conditions. While the revolution propelled technological progress and economic expansion, it simultaneously exposed deep social inequalities, entrenched poverty, and human suffering, eventually igniting the early labor movements that would rise to challenge exploitation and fight for workers' rights. One of the most tragic and heartbreaking aspects of early industrialization was the widespread and accepted use of child labor. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed in factories, mines, and workshops. They worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, often in environments thick with dust, heat, and peril. In textile mills, children cleaned and operated heavy machinery, slipping between moving parts where adults could not fit, at great personal risk. In coal mines, children hauled heavy loads through narrow tunnels barely large enough for them to crawl through, constantly threatened by cave-ins and explosions. Paid only a fraction of adult wages, these young workers often suffered from stunted growth, chronic illnesses, and lifelong health problems caused by their exposure to harsh and hazardous conditions from an early age. Adult workers faced similar brutal realities. Factory owners imposed grueling work schedules with minimal breaks and no regard for physical or mental health. Wages were kept low to maximize profits, and safety measures were either rudimentary or entirely absent. Injuries from machinery were frequent, often resulting in permanent disabilities with no compensation. The rapid growth of industrial cities led to severe overcrowding, where entire families crammed into single-room tenements with poor ventilation, inadequate sanitation, and no clean water. Epidemics of cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis swept through working-class neighborhoods, where healthcare was scarce and often unaffordable. However, as the injustices of the industrial system became more apparent and more intolerable, workers began to organize and push back. Labor movements emerged, seeking to address exploitation, demand dignity, and improve working conditions. Early forms of collective action included friendly societies, mutual aid organizations, where workers pooled small contributions to support members in times of illness, injury, or unemployment. These societies provided a foundation for more formal labor organizations that would become critical forces for change. Strikes became a crucial method for workers to assert their demands. One of the first major waves of strikes occurred in Britain in 1824, after Parliament repealed laws that had long prohibited trade unions. Workers from diverse industries laid down their tools, marching and organizing to push for better wages, shorter working hours, and safer workplaces. Although met with harsh crackdowns from employers and the government, these early strikes showed the power of collective action and inspired further organization across the workforce. Labor unions began to formalize in the mid-19th century. Organizations such as the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union in Britain aimed to unite workers across different sectors into a single powerful voice. Although early unions faced tremendous obstacles, including legal challenges, employer blacklisting, and police repression, they planted the seeds of lasting labor reforms that would bear fruit in the decades to come. Public awareness of industrial labor's horrors grew as journalists, reformers, and writers turned their attention to the plight of the working class. Writers like Charles Dickens captured the grim realities of factory life and urban poverty in novels such as Oliver Twist and Hard Times, stirring public sympathy and calls for change. Activists like Robert Owen and later social reformers pushed for educational opportunities for workers' children, better housing, and safer workplaces. Their efforts pressured governments to begin addressing industrial abuses. Gradually, governments responded with legislation. The Factory Acts in Britain, beginning in 1833, marked the first significant government interventions aimed at protecting workers. These laws limited the working hours of children, mandated some degree of education for young workers, and set the stage for future labor protections. Subsequent acts expanded regulations to improve safety standards, regulate working hours for adults, and establish basic rights for employees. The social impact of the Industrial Revolution was profoundly complex. While it lifted millions out of rural poverty and created new avenues for social mobility, it also condemned countless individuals to lives of relentless hardship and exploitation. Yet it was within this crucible of suffering that the modern labor movement was born. The struggle for fair wages, humane working conditions, and workers' rights became an enduring legacy of the Industrial Revolution. The story of labor during this transformative era is ultimately one of resilience, resistance, and hope. It shows how, even against overwhelming odds and powerful industrial interests, ordinary people could organize, demand justice, and enact meaningful social change. Their courage and perseverance laid the foundation for the labor protections, workplace safety standards, and human rights principles that are now cornerstones of modern societies around the world. Their fight remains a testament to the enduring human spirit and the unyielding quest for dignity and fairness in the face of adversity. The Industrial Revolution, while often associated with Britain, had far-reaching effects that influenced and transformed nations across the globe. As industrialization spread, key figures in countries like the United States, Germany, and Japan played pivotal roles in shaping the trajectory of global industry. The spread of technology, ideas, and labor practices made the Industrial Revolution a worldwide phenomenon that reshaped economies and societies from America to Asia. In the United States, Eli Whitney was a central figure in the industrialization process. Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 revolutionized the cotton industry, making cotton production more efficient and profitable. This invention, which could separate cotton fibers from seeds much faster than manual labor, helped the American South become a global leader in cotton production. It also had a profound impact on the economy, contributing to the rise of textile factories in the north, which fueled the nation's industrial growth. Whitney's other significant contribution was the development of interchangeable parts for firearms, a concept that revolutionized manufacturing by allowing for mass production and the assembly of products with standardized replaceable components. This concept spread beyond firearms, laying the groundwork for modern manufacturing processes that would be adopted by industries across the world. While Whitney was laying the foundations of industrialization in America, Europe was also undergoing a transformation. In Germany, the Krupp family became a symbol of industrial power and innovation. Founded in the 19th century, the Krupp company initially produced cast steel, but grew to dominate the production of weapons and other heavy machinery. The family's commitment to technological development and mass production techniques enabled them to become a leader in Europe's industrial landscape. The Krupp company was integral in supplying arms and equipment during the wars of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and their innovations in steel production helped propel Germany to the forefront of European industrialization. Germany's industrialization was also influenced by the policies of the state. The Prussian government played a central role in fostering industrial growth through infrastructure projects, like the construction of railways and the establishment of protectionist tariffs that shielded emerging industries from foreign competition. The government's focus on education and technical training created a highly skilled workforce, and by the late 19th century, Germany had become a leader in chemical, electrical and mechanical industries. The development of industries like the coal, steel and chemical sectors helped transform Germany into a leading economic power in Europe. On the other side of the world, Japan's Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century marked a decisive moment in the country's industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western industrial practices while maintaining its own unique cultural identity. The Meiji government prioritized the construction of infrastructure such as railways, telegraphs and modern ports, which were essential for industrial growth. They invited foreign experts to teach Japanese engineers and workers the latest industrial techniques and technologies. This openness to foreign knowledge, combined with a strong government commitment to industrial development, helped Japan become an industrial power in just a few decades. During this period, the Japanese government also focused on heavy industries, particularly textiles and shipbuilding, and later expanded into the production of steel and machinery. The development of the zaibatsu, large family-owned conglomerates, became a hallmark of Japan's industrial landscape. These powerful industrial groups played a central role in Japan's economic success, dominating sectors ranging from manufacturing to banking. By the early 20th century, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into an industrialized nation, competing with the Western powers on the global stage. The spread of industrialization beyond Britain was a complex process, influenced by the unique political, economic and social conditions of each country. In America, the availability of natural resources like coal, iron and cotton provided the foundation for industrial growth. In Germany, the combination of state support, technological innovation and a skilled workforce enabled the country to become an industrial powerhouse. Japan's rapid industrialization, driven by the Meiji government's determination and foreign expertise, set the stage for the nation to become a key player in global manufacturing. These figures and events represent just a few examples of how industrialization spread worldwide. Each country adapted industrialization to its own context, influencing the course of global history. While the British were the first to experience the Industrial Revolution, the innovations of figures like Eli Whitney, the Krupp family, and the Meiji reformers helped ensure that the impact of industrialization was felt far beyond the British Isles. By the early 20th century, Industrialization had become a global phenomenon, shaping economies, societies, and geopolitics in profound and lasting ways. The Industrial Revolution was a seismic event in human history, and its impact continues to resonate throughout the modern world. While it began in Britain in the late 18th century, its effects quickly spread across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. By the time the Industrial Revolution came to an end, it had laid the groundwork for the world we live in today, ushering in an era of capitalism, technological innovation, and significant social change. One of the most significant legacies of the Industrial Revolution was the rise of capitalism as the dominant economic system. Before industrialization, economies were primarily agrarian and feudal, with much of the workforce engaged in farming or small-scale handicrafts. The advent of mechanized industry, however, allowed for mass production, which led to the concentration of capital and resources in the hands of industrialists and business owners. This shift gave rise to a new economic system that prioritized private ownership of the means of production, competition, and the pursuit of profit. The growth of factories, transportation networks, and global trade further fueled capitalism's rise, establishing a system where the market played a central role in determining the allocation of resources and wealth. The Industrial Revolution also brought about profound technological innovations that have shaped the modern world. The steam engine, the spinning jenny, and the power loom were just the beginning. These early inventions paved the way for even more groundbreaking discoveries in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the telephone, the electric light bulb, and the automobile. The Industrial Revolution sparked an ongoing cycle of technological innovation as new technologies created new industries, and those industries, in turn, led to further advancements. It also set the stage for the technological boom of the 20th century, where innovations like computers, the internet, and biotechnology would transform nearly every aspect of human life. Along with technological advances came the rise of modern economies. The Industrial Revolution shifted the center of economic activity from agriculture to industry, and from rural to urban areas. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Pittsburgh became bustling hubs of production and commerce. As industrialization spread, new economic centers emerged, and global trade networks expanded. Countries that had once been dependent on agriculture and handicrafts began to specialize in mass production, exporting goods to markets around the world. This transformation also led to the growth of a consumer economy, where goods that were once rare and expensive became more affordable and accessible to a larger portion of the population. The social changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution were equally profound. The rise of factories and mechanized labor drastically changed the nature of work. People moved from rural areas to urban centers in search of employment, often living in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. The working class grew, but so did the wealth gap, as factory owners and business magnates accumulated enormous fortunes, while workers earned meager wages. This disparity between the rich and poor led to significant social unrest and the eventual rise of labor movements, which advocated for better wages, working conditions, and rights for workers. These movements would eventually lead to key reforms, including child labor laws, workplace safety regulations, and the establishment of labor unions. At the same time, the Industrial Revolution played a central role in shaping the modern welfare state. As industrialized societies grew, governments began to take on a larger role in regulating the economy and addressing social problems. The rise of industrial capitalism, with its focus on competition and profit, created new challenges for workers, such as long hours, low wages, and unsafe working conditions. In response, governments began to introduce social welfare programs, including unemployment benefits, healthcare, and pensions. These early social programs laid the foundation for the welfare systems that we now take for granted in many developed countries. The Industrial Revolution also had a profound impact on global geopolitics. The wealth generated by industrialization fueled imperialism and colonization as European powers sought to expand their influence and secure access to raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods. This global competition for resources and markets would shape the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, leading to the rise of empires, the establishment of new trade routes, and the expansion of European influence across the globe. In conclusion, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution is vast and far-reaching. It transformed the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world. It gave rise to modern capitalism, technological innovation, and the growth of industrial economies, but it also brought about significant social challenges and inequalities that continue to shape our world today. The Industrial Revolution set the stage for the 20th century, paving the way for the rapid technological and economic changes that would define the modern era. Its impact can be seen in everything from the global economy to the way we live our daily lives, and its influence will continue to shape the future of human civilization for generations to come. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, The Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the US should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy, once again, proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the 2-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, Political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolivar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for Republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often looked to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity, and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests, rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision, who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy. But beyond the books and scrolls, he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age, his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth, was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court, he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theater surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself King of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed, and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children, But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the Oracle of Amun at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief. He was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor, stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead, and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen. Thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route, through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet, despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant east, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the east, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning, and innovation. The Great Library and the Museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine, and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality.